With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region with integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, Mayor Pro Tem John Howard, Ward 1, Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff Jr., Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, City Manager Sharon Subadam, City Clerk Sonia Talbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the February 2nd, 2021 work session of the Albany City Commission. Ms. Hicks, could you call the roll, please, sir?
Ward 1. Here. Ward 2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Here.
Ward 5.
Here.
Ward 6. Mayor.
Here.
Mayor's here. The first item on the agenda is a discussion about the city's open records policy and records management. I think Mr. Davis is going to address this issue.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Request.
Mr. Davis, is mic on? I can't hear him.
Excuse me?
Commissioner Young says he can't hear you. Is the mic on?
Is that better, Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're asking for approval for these two policies. Clerk's office manages, of course, the storage of records and that type of matter, I'll call it. And whereas our office is responsible for handling all the open records requests. Last year we had over 1,200 of those that were actually processed by our office. And so we're trying to set up a formal policy so that everyone in the city will be aware of what I'll call the 3-day business rule to make a response, and how to get the necessary documents to us. We're trying to establish a process for getting all of that done, and then that would enable us to keep in compliance, which we've been able to do all these years. We have a new software program that will help track inter-office, I'll say interdepartmental contacts under looking and searching for the documents, as well as again providing the necessary responses we have to make. Probably the one everybody's aware of, within 3 business days any responsive documents have to go out. If we don't have any at that time, when request comes in, we have to send the requestor a timeline on when to expect the documents. We also have to, if it's going to cost more than $25 for the time involved, we have to provide an estimate of the time and expenses in that regard. And like I say, it's very detailed, but very lucky my office, Gwen Broughton in particular, is in charge of these and does a wonderful job. And so we're trying to get this policy so we can get it out citywide and keep moving forward with it. There's no indication that the request will do anything but keep going up, and we're glad to handle it, but this will be a big help. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners.
Commissioner Howard, any questions for the city attorney?
Nathan.
Yes, sir.
When an individual comes to your office for an open request and we have within 3 days to respond, right?
3 business days,
Business
yes, sir.
day. In some cases, you said you had 1,200 cases as of last year. What are
It's a
some
little
of-
bit over 1,200 requests, yes, sir.
So anybody can walk in and ask for requests of almost anything like commissioners or whatever.
Yes, sir. We have probably the most, when I say we, the state of Georgia, I'm sure has the broadest and most expansive Open Records Act. And they can do it on the website. They can go to the city's website and file a request electronically. They can send one through the mail, or we have a form if they want to actually drop by the office. Thanks for bringing that up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
The only question I had, Mr. Davis, was in terms of citizen interaction, the website, and you mentioned it just a minute ago, the website still, that whole interface is still active.
Yes, sir, we get quite a few that way.
That's right, yeah. That's a very good.
Yes, super. You're
That's
right.
right. Good interface for citizens. So just want to make sure that didn't change any of that. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Attorney Davis, does the software package that we're using, does it possibly do anything to help staff provide the records? Like if it's something that, you know, is normally requested, that, you know, you guys don't actually have to physically provide that citizen or whomever with, does it allow, you know, say if somebody just wanted a copy of the minutes, that they could actually just get a copy of the minutes from the website without having to utilize staff to do that?
Yes, sir, that's a great point. The Open Records Act does permit a response that tells them that they can find it on the website, for example. Thank you.
But does the software that you have, does it do that?
The software mainly helps us track, again, to make sure we don't transgress the 3-day business rule, and it enables us to stay in contact with whether it's planning or APD or whoever. We have a contact, in effect, on the other end of that, and that's the main thing it does for us, is help us keep up with you know, what's going on with a particular request, what's the timeline for production, that type matter. Thank you.
Okay. No further questions.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, obviously we're talking about two things here. We're talking about responding to open records requests, and then secondly, we're talking about storing records which would be subject to the Open Records Act.
That's correct, yes, sir. The open records part is discussed a lot, I believe, on page 3. Excuse me, page 8 and 9, beginning at your package, yes, sir.
And it says the city records manager is the city clerk. Did y'all talk to the city clerk's office about this?
Oh, yes, sir. They were an integral part of putting it together, yes, sir.
Okay. And I mean, what I was thinking is Ms. Broughton works for the city attorney, not the city clerk.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And I know y'all are on the same floor, but I just didn't know, why is the city clerk having this responsibility instead of the city attorney?
As far as records management,
Yes, sir.
well, they hold up all of your ordinances, your resolutions,
Oh, no,
your minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Davis. I was saying in responding, like I said, we got two things. Responding to open records request.
Yes, sir.
You had 1,200 last year.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Broughton's doing that. And that, as you say, she does a good job with it.
Yes, sir. That's right.
But, and then I see in here that every department director has to designate somebody in that department to be responsible. Public Works would have someone, Public Safety, Finance Department.
HR, yes, sir, everybody.
Okay.
Risk, yep.
And I was really just wondering why. I can understand the city clerk more so with the storage, but with the response, why wouldn't the city attorney's office be primarily responsible?
Well, we make the response from our office. What the records management part for the city clerk is keeping up with the city documents, not open record requests, but your minutes, your ordinances, contracts, whatever involves the city. That's what the records management policy would be. In other words, you'll see the reference in here, common records and specific records. And if you look under that, the Georgia Department of Education really handles all of that type records management, I'll call it, for the state. Common records would be financial documents and other type records everybody keeps, and then there might be something that's specific that the clerk's office would also keep up with for y'all.
I guess we're not on the same page. I was just wondering why the city clerk, I can understand why the city clerk's responsible for maintaining records.
Good. Yes, sir.
But under this policy, the city clerk's also ultimately responsible for responding to open records requests. Isn't that right? I would think it'd be better off if the city attorney.
No, that our office bears that responsibility.
Well, it says right here on page 5, the city's designated officer for oversight of the day-to-day records. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't make that clear earlier.
No. I mean, you did make it clear. I didn't pick it up, but okay. That's all.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not. The next item is consider supporting community participation in the federal funded SNAP Ed program. Commissioner Howard and Ebony Kirkwood from the Department of Public Health. Commissioner Howard, who's going to speak to this?
I will let Ms. Kirkwood speak to it.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ms. Kirkwood.
Ebony Kirkwood. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for having me today to speak with you about one of our programs that we offer through the Southwest Health District. So my name is Ebony Finizzi. Just recently got married, so my name is Ebony Finizzi. I am the Chronic Disease Prevention Program Manager for the Southwest Health District. And our SNAP Ed program, it stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assisted Education. Advance the slide, please. Thank you. So what is SNAP Ed? SNAP Ed is a federally funded program that offers complementary nutrition and obesity prevention education to SNAP eligible recipients. This program is funded by the United States Department of Agriculture and the Food and Nutrition Service. The goal of this program is to improve the likelihood that persons eligible for SNAP will make healthy food choices within a limited budget and choose a physically active lifestyle that's consistent with the current dietary guidelines for Americans in the USDA food guidance. Advanced slide, please. So the target audience for the SNAP Ed program is adults ages 18 through 64 who are eligible to receive SNAP benefits, Medicaid, or TANF, and individuals that reside in communities with a significant low-income population. This is a program that we offer, and it's free to all participants. Advance slide, please. And so the SNAP Ed program aims to increase participant knowledge about healthy eating habits and physically active lifestyles. So part of what we do for this program, in the beginning, the participants will receive a survey, a pre-survey to assess their knowledge about healthy eating habits and their physical activity life. Then at the end of the program, they'll receive another survey so that we can determine if they gained anything from the program. This program also aims to teach participants how to stretch their food dollars and make healthier food choices on the budget. And so our curriculum is tailored specifically to help them learn these things. We also aim to prevent or postpone the onset of chronic diseases by establishing healthier eating habits and being more active, and also to increase participant access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So this program, from the state funding, USDA has provided funding for several of the counties in Georgia who qualify, who are implementing this program. They've allowed organizations in those communities to apply for small mini grants to either start a community garden or expand their existing community garden. And so we've had a few organizations here in Dougherty County to apply. So once we begin implementing this program, the participants will be able to go to these community gardens and receive the fresh fruits and vegetables. And also those who frequent the garden will also be referred to our program. Next slide, please. So, healthy eating and chronic disease. So adults who eat a healthy diet, they live longer and they have lower risk of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, cancers, certain diseases, and obesity. Next slide. When we looked at the data here for Dougherty County, just to look at physical activity, fruit consumption, and vegetable consumption, these were the results. So you have 37.1% of adults who consume fruit less than 1 time per day. That means about 37% aren't eating any fruit at all per day. And then 25.1% of adults consume vegetables less than 1 time per day. And 29.6 adults report having no physical activity within the last 30 days. Next slide, please. So this is a map that looks at the obesity trends in the United States, and we're going to focus on Georgia in particular, but this map is color-coded. Each state has a different color, and those colors represent the prevalence of obesity, adult obesity in those areas. And so in the light green, those states that are colored light green, it's about 20 to 25% of the adults that are obese. In the yellow, you have 25 to 30% of the adults that are obese. And in the orange, and you can see Georgia here is in the orange, so about 30 to 35% of the adults in those states are obese. And for Georgia specifically, approximately 33% of Georgia adults are obese. And then in the red, that's significantly higher. So you have 35% or more adults that are obese in those states that are colored in red. Next slide, please. And so this is a breakdown of the prevalence of obesity in adults, but by color. And so if we look at Georgia, you have 30% of white adults are obese. Next slide, please. And 33% of Hispanic adults are obese. Next slide, please. And then again, looking at Georgia, 39% of Black adults are obese. And as you can see, the entire map, the majority of the map is covered in red. So this is a problem, a nationwide problem. Obesity in general is a nationwide problem, but it definitely, African Americans are disproportionately affected by this. Next slide, please. So our program, the SNAP-Ed initiative, we began this initiative back in 2017. And currently we offer four interventions to adults that are ages 18 through 64 in 5 public health districts. So the health districts that have been awarded funding are Clayton Health District, East Metro Health District, North Central, Southwest, and that's our health district, and then West Central Health District. The interventions include direct nutrition education, community gardening, worksite wellness, and social marketing campaigns. And I'll talk to you about the first 3 of those interventions. Next slide, please. Okay, so direct nutrition education. So we provide direct nutrition education by using a curriculum called Eating Smart, Being Active. And this is an evidence-based curriculum it's an 8-week program, and the curriculum focuses on 3 core components. That's nutrition, physical activity, and food preparation. And so in addition to what I like about this curriculum is in addition to the nutrition and the physical activity, participants will also learn how to properly cut their food. It will give you step-by-step how to hold the food in your hand, how to hold the knife when you're cutting your food, how to properly wash your fruits and vegetables, how to cook your food at the proper room temperature. It talks about not leaving food out past a certain time. So they'll learn all of this in addition to the nutrition and the physical activity component. So some of the featured topics of this curriculum, well, all of the featured topics are listed here. You have Get Moving, and that focuses on getting more physical activity into your daily activities. And Plan, Shop, Save. Plan, Shop, Save is a lesson that talks about how to shop for healthy foods on a budget. This is where they learn how to stretch their food dollars, their dollars for food. They'll also learn how to look at unit pricing so that they can get the biggest bang for their buck. We talk about fruits and vegetables, half your plate. And so that is in accordance with the U.S. dietary guidelines, where we talk about my plate, and it shows you how much food, how much of each food category you're supposed to eat. And so that particular lesson focuses on making fruits and vegetables half of your plate. Then we talk about making half of your grains whole. And this is important because a lot of times people can be easily deceived when buying grains, thinking that it's whole because maybe the color is brown. So people might associate whole grains with being brown, but you have to learn how to read those labels to really know if you're really getting those whole grains. And so this lesson here breaks that down, and it teaches you how to identify whole grains from the enriched grains. And then Get Lean with Protein. That helps you to learn how to get protein and also work on buying those leaner cuts of meat, and also getting protein from different sources like your beans. And Build Strong Bones, so that focuses on getting more calcium and the various sources that you can get calcium from. Make a Change, and then lastly, Celebrate, Eat Smart, and Be Active. And so that's kind of like the celebration for this particular program. And it kind of summarizes everything that we went through. And so these sessions that we provide, they are weekly sessions because it is an 8-week curriculum. These are 8-week sessions. They last typically 60 to 90 minutes. Pre-COVID, we would have been doing this in person. And in person, we would also have done cooking demonstrations and food tasting. And so the participants would have participated in that. But we have been doing these sessions virtually. And so each week, the participants will receive a recipe that they can try at home with their families. And then we come back after they receive the lesson to watch and the recipe to try at home. We come back together and we discuss everything. And some of the participants in the past, they have tried the recipes, they've shared their photos and just talked about how their family enjoyed it or didn't enjoy it. But the recipes, they're very quick and easy to make that we provide them with, and they're actually very affordable things to buy. And so each week we also provide them with educational extenders. So if we're learning about how to cut your foods properly, they'll receive a cutting board that week. Or the next week they might receive measuring cups or a water bottle, just depending on the lesson. And so there's always an extender that reinforces the topic that was covered on that week that they can use at home. And participants at the end of completing the program, the 8-week program, they will receive a certificate of completion and a cookbook that includes some of the recipes that they received throughout the course of the program. And so participants must complete at least 6 sessions in order to receive the certificate and cookbook. Next slide, please. So another intervention that we offer through this program, through SNAP-Ed, is the community gardening piece. And so through community gardening, this encourages community building while increasing accessibility and affordability of fresh produce. And so we talked about how many grants have been awarded to community organizations to develop or expand their gardens. And these are gardens that are located in census tracts where the target audience resides. And so this program will serve as a bi-directional link. So people can, again, they can participate in the program and we'll refer them to the garden, or vice versa. And this program also promotes, or community gardens also promote ongoing community activities and food distribution. Next slide, please. And lastly, worksite health. So that's another component of this program. That's one of the interventions that this program offers, is worksite health. And so through this intervention, we aim to improve the health of employees by reducing chronic disease and increasing productivity in the organization. Work sites will have an opportunity to collaborate with their local SNAP-Ed teams to participate in weekly or monthly nutrition sessions. And so with work sites, we don't necessarily have to do the weekly sessions because we understand that people are at work and they may not have that flexibility to meet weekly. And so we work with the organization to determine a schedule that will be more conducive for their work environment. And so also they'll have an opportunity to work with the SNAP-Ed team to form an internal wellness committee and identify a wellness champion. So we would help them identify, put together a wellness committee that could help moving forward after the program, after the 8 weeks, they could help to decide what other types of healthy activities or programs that they can implement to keep the staff and the employees engaged in improving their health. They would have a wellness champion that would they would be the champion. They would be spearheading some of these projects. They would be motivating the other staff to eat healthy, to be more physically active. So we would help them to learn how to do all of this. And also, they'd have an opportunity to work with us to complete a worksite health assessment. And lastly, to identify policies, systems, or environmental changes that the worksite would like to implement. So I would say one of the policies that we have, well, a couple of the policies that we have with our health district, we have a policy, a wellness break policy. So we're allowed a 30-minute wellness break, and that's in addition to our lunch break. We're allowed 30 minutes to maybe go for a walk outside or go use the exercise equipment downstairs or wherever that designated location is for the exercise equipment. We also have a healthy eating policy where if we have any meetings, and sometimes if the meetings are long, food is provided, or even if there's like a social event, like a Christmas party or some kind of work party, that our healthy meeting policy states that, you know, we would have healthy options. So it's not taking away the options that people, you know, desire if they want their sweets or their fried foods, but you're also going to provide healthy options for people to choose to make the healthy choice. Instead of just having soda, you'll also have water. And so this policy, we can help work sites to develop a policy that works for their organization, but also, you know, help the organization overall implement these healthy changes. Next slide. All right, so that concludes my presentation. This is my contact information.
Commissioner Howard, any questions for Ms. Fennessy?
Ms. Fennessy, thank you for that detailed data that you provide for us. And let me ask you another question. You shouted out some numbers that 33% of Georgians are obese, and you broke it down to 30% white, 33% Hispanic, and 39% blacks.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you could, your program would go into some of these churches where they have a sort of middle-aged or older population, because when you visit some of these stores and you see individuals that may be using the SNAP card, you will be surprised at some of the stuff that they'll put it in buckets, just like processed food, like hot dogs, chips, and things of that nature. What can you do? We realize that there's a problem, and the only way we are going to correct this problem, we just got to educate the population.
Yes, sir. I agree. It is a problem, and education and also interventions like these, they help. They help to just raise awareness, and to what I like about this particular program is, you know, just in recent years in doing this program, it helps people to have a mindset, a different mindset. And I think a lot of behavioral changes, they have to start first in your mind. And so this program, it introduces ways that are easy, that are feasible for individuals to make these lifestyle changes. And so we are more than willing to talk to anyone. Again, our target audience is adults ages 18 to 64. And but we don't, even if people don't meet that poverty threshold, they can still participate in the program. We don't exclude anyone. As far as data purposes, we just are looking at the data from that particular target audience. But we would love to go into the churches, into the whatever avenues that we can reach to reach these adults that would mostly benefit from this program.
That's it, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No, sir, no questions. Just thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you all for having me.
Oh, Commissioner Fletcher.
No, thank you for the presentation. No questions.
Commissioner Warburton.
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff.
No questions.
Commissioner Young.
Thank you for your question, ma'am. This is an issue that we've been, just working with for over the last at least 2 years, and just to inform the commission and the public. Also, a lot of these things are brought about. Because of the choices that are available in the community, as with the presentation from the Food Justice Coalition, with the research from Albany State and Georgia Tech, we've learned that most of our healthy food options, our produce food options, are located in the northwest section of Albany, while a full 1/3 only had one grocery store. And to let you know that as of today, that one grocery store will be closing at the end of the day, and that's Harvey's on Radiant Springs. So we still have a condition in this community where we can, have residents who are able to cross the street to buy beer and cigarettes and alcohol, but they have to catch, 3 buses to go get a fresh tomato. And we have to understand that those are the things that we also need to work on while, people like this young lady are doing the work on the ground to educate our community. We have to do better as leaders to make sure that we're trying to fix the issue. As the mayor said, that these food choice options become a health crisis when, we can't have those proper choices in the community. So right now for my ward, the full part of the south side of Albany, we don't have a grocery store at the end of the day. And that will be, I think, transitioning to a new owner or a new company, but we don't know how long that's going to take. And just trying to inform the community that's what we're dealing with, and we need to make some real plans to work on that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
as I understand, we're just seeking a resolution of support from the City Commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we can achieve that for you, but thank you for being with us this morning.
All right, thank you for having me. You all have a great day.
The next item, Mr. Maples, is an update on the Broad Avenue Sidewalk Project.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor and City Commissioners. Yeah, based on your request, we are presenting this information. Give you a little history. In 2011, there was a bicycle pedestrian plan that was created from the DARTS MPO. It was part of the 2035 long-range planning process. They went in and evaluated pedestrian and bicycle areas. As part of that, we established a cost estimate as to what it would take to do all those. I think the bicycle pedestrian plan in 2011 was something like $181 million to build everything out. So the sidewalks were included in the SPLOST 7 referendum. In 2018, staff came before the City Commission and presented a list of sidewalks. We were approved to proceed on with Palmyra Road, East Broad Avenue, Old Dawson Road, and Magnolia. Those plans have been completed. We currently have a contract with Zane Grace Construction for the East Broad and the Magnolia and Old Dawson Road sidewalk projects. The East Broad sidewalk project that is currently out for contract extends from East Road to just approximately 250 feet or so east of School Road. In 2020, the City Commission asked City Engineering to go in and look at East Broad Avenue. We took it all the way from basically Broadway Street all the way out to trying to say Mock Road, and up to, I think we actually transitioned. We went to Cordell Road and went to the Walmart as part of the study. And the total cost for that was $3.3 million. So that included, even at that time, it included the portion that's currently under contract. So at this time, well, let's go back. City was asked to put in a bill grant. We put in a bill grant request application 2 times. We've been denied both times. As part of that bill grant application, we allocated about $2.48 million as our match. So that money has not been earmarked, or it was earmarked, but it hasn't been used because we didn't receive the bill grants. So at this time, city staff is awaiting direction from the City Commission as to how to proceed and what to do with the sidewalks.
Okay. Is Mr. Clark with us?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Clark had any additional presentation? He's just here to answer questions.
He is the engineer that worked on most of the design and the cost estimates, so he'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Can we hear from Mr. Clark?
Yes, sir. Hello, Mayor. I will be glad to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Clark, good morning. How you do?
Good morning.
Let me ask you a question. Looking at in our agenda package, to complete from North Broadway down to the Walmart area would cost for the sidewalk to be about $3.3 million, right?
Yes, sir. That's our best estimate right now.
Mm-hmm. So we do have a contract I was going to do from East Road back to School Road. So would that amount be deducted from the $3.3 million, or that's included?
Yes, you are correct. It could be deducted from that amount.
Okay. And my final question would be that it may be about almost 3 miles from North Broadway down to the Clark Avenue. And would you say that a lot of the cost, it would be like acquisition of property and putting in sewer lines and trunk lines and curb and gutter?
Yes, sir. It will be the drainage, the storm drainage along a lot of the areas of Broad Avenue. There are no longitudinal storm drain pipes. There's no curb and gutter, as you said. There's no side ditches along those roads. So we're gonna have to improve the drainage in order to put in the sidewalk and have it work correctly. That's going to be the majority of the expense along those areas. One thing, if I can ask direction from the commission, if the commission could accept this to be pursued construction-wise in a, I hate to call it piecemeal, but in a phased approach, there are some areas where it'll be very easy to put in the sidewalks, where we don't have any curb and gutter to put in, we don't have any storm drainage improvements, and we can do those very quickly. And then, of course, we've got to get design on the finished on the sections that do need these drainage improvements. And we also have permitting to do as we go under the overpass for Liberty Expressway and as we cross the railroad track. So there's some permitting issues at those two locations. But we could approach this in phases and have some phases under construction and complete while we're completing the design on other sections.
A follow-up, you said do it in phase, like, let's say phase 1, phase 2 to phase 3. But the bottom line would be is that if we do it in phases like that, what would be a time frame, and need to ask Ms. Subadan, where would we get the money from? How long would it take?
I think our best estimate right now, and we are talking about some permitting issues, so those always depend on the regulatory agency we're dealing with. In order to get, if you were to say this project is completely funded today, we would be looking at roughly about 90 to maybe 90 to 120 days for design time. For a project 3 miles long, the construction would extend over years. So the absolute best case, we would be looking to have this complete project finished in about 1.5 years. If we do it in phasing, and again, depending on how funding comes in, that could stretch to a couple of years.
Okay. Ms. Subadan.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How you do?
I'm well. How are you?
All right. And when we passed Splash 7, we just only put like $561,000 into it. But just a quick observation, if we were to do it in phases from the Broad Avenue Bridge down to Walmart's, can you elaborate on the time frame and where will we get like another $3 million?
Well, we identified 2.484,959, so almost 2.5 million as the match to the build grant. The 3.3 estimate includes the 300,000 section, or 300,000 for a section that's being done. So we have a gap, assuming that the board wants to use all of the funding for this project, have about a $500,000 gap. I believe that we would be able to make that up in TSPA, which is where the 2.4 is currently housed.
So what you're saying is that the design phase that has already been designed by the construction crew, Zane's construction crew, and you did say there was some money in T-Splosh that we could.
Yeah, one section has already been awarded. Charlie, help me here. I think that is the East Street to School Street.
Yeah, that's the phase that's under construction. It's under contract right now.
That's 1900. That's on your table. That section
G.
And it's estimated at 333. That's already been awarded.
Mm-hmm.
So that's be deducted from the total. That brings us down to 2.9. I'll call it 3 million. And as I said, in order to submit the build grant application, we identified about 2.5 million as a match in T-SPLOST. If the board decides this is the project they want to concentrate on for sidewalks, we would go back and kind of look through T-SPLOST to see how we could make up that additional $500,000.
So just for clarification, you said that phase one has already been designed and the contract has been let, that to make up, did you say that, how much money we got in T-SPLOST, you know, for designs and sidewalk, do you know?
Well, like I said, the 2.5 is what we had set aside for sidewalks in T-SPLOST. We have a total of about 5 in T-SPLOST. So I think we would be, if this is the desire of the board, we'll be able to find the money. We'll just have to move some things around. We'll bring that back. Assuming this is what you want to do, when we bring it back, we would identify the exact source of funding. But at this point, my expectation is it would be.
So, for my clarification, I need to keep my mouth quiet until we find out we can find the money, right?
Well, I think, like I said, you, as a body, you have to decide. This is a big project. What I'd like, if this is how you want to proceed, what I'd like to do is get with engineering and give you the phasing, such that we go with the low-hanging fruit first, ones that are least difficult to put in. One area that that takes a long time is easement acquisition. You know, for our alley paving project, it took us 9 months to get 100+ easements in order to put in those alleys. Some of those are temporary easements. So, you know, I just want to manage expectations. If you approve this, it will not be quick, but we can certainly start to phase the pieces that are low-hanging fruit that require the least amount of engineering and stormwater management, and we can come back and put these in order so you and the community can know what to expect.
Okay. And is my numbers correct? Is it 2022 that we will be voting on Splosh 8?
6 years, 2026. I believe you are correct. It would be effective 2023. That would be Splosh 8.
Okay. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Bruce. What was the total bid amount for the 3 projects for East Broad, Magnolia, and Old Dawson Road?
It was $561,161.50.
Okay, so that was just to do the one portion of Broad, and then as we look at the further projects of the doing all of the sections we talked about on Broad with the 3.3.
Yes, sir. But the 561 was the 3 sidewalks. It was the Old Dawson. It was everything.
And the commission approved those bids back in September of last year, correct?
That's correct.
So are you waiting on us to just give you the green light to move forward with those projects?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, not those projects. We've already moved on those projects. What we're asking today is direction on what other sidewalk projects.
Go after these 3.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yep, Mr. Maples, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're asking us. So beyond the 3 sections that Commissioner Fuller just mentioned, what you're asking us is basically that we want to spend the rest of our money on this one section of street that basically will spend all of our sidewalk money.
Not all of it. As you heard the city manager, she stated that there was a certain amount of funds available altogether for sidewalks. It's just we're asking for direction, you know, we're asking for direction, period, on which sidewalks you want us to work on. If it is direction of this city commission to move and make a priority as East Broad, then that's what we will move forward with. But, no, we're asking out of, there's, like I said, I think there's 77 projects that are in the Pine Engineering report that are identified as sidewalk projects that are potential things, projects for consideration based on the Federal Highway Administration criteria for evaluation. We're just basically asking for your direction as to what is your priority.
Okay, so to answer that question, what'd you just say, 77 other projects?
In the Pine Engineering, the 2011 Pine Engineering report, there were 77 sidewalk projects that were identified.
Okay, so I guess if you could send us that, I guess it's hard for me to weigh. I mean, certainly this section of sidewalk is important, but unless we have other areas identified, it pretty much is going to leave the other wards with no money left if we spend the rest of our money on this section. So I guess it's just a matter of seeing what's left. So wasn't there something I saw about fill-in sidewalks? Is there something y'all are working on, like sections where there's, you know, I guess a new construction did a section, and then there's a section with no sidewalks, and then there's a section with it?
Yes, sir. We conveniently call it the GAP sidewalk project.
Okay. What's the status of the GAP? Are y'all in the engineering phase of that?
Yes, sir. We're probably about 95% complete with the design on those.
And I think, did you give us a list of those at one time?
I believe so, but we can provide it to you.
Okay. So that would be more funds required for the GAP. So just off the cuff, I mean, what are we talking about for the GAPs? Is it like $1 million, $500,000 for the GAPs you're working on?
Do you have that number?
I apologize, I'm working remotely and I don't have all my papers in front of me. But the funding for what we call them the Central Albany gaps, and also there's a Habersham Low section, and it's about 700 feet of sidewalk. That was all included in SPLOST 6. So those funds are allocated in SPLOST 6 already.
Okay, so that's not SPLOST 7 or T-SPLOST then?
Well, my apology. It is SPLOST 7, but yeah, they've been allocated in SPLOST 7 and previously approved by the board. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess what I would like to see to answer your question, Mr. Maples, is how much money do we have left, and all the different, if it's $4 million, $3 million, $2 million. Of course, we know what the cost of the Broad Avenue, but then what's left, and then what are the other priorities in other wards? So essentially, you know, are we putting all our eggs in this one basket? That's what it sounds like. Or are we got some other projects to kind of end SPLOST 7 and T-SPLOST with a more of a balanced approach to sidewalks?
Okay. Yes, sir. Be glad to get you that information.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, can I weigh in on that?
Yes, ma'am.
I just checked. We have $5 million total in T-SPLOST for sidewalks. The sidewalk projects that have been awarded, including the School Street section Broad, is coming out of SPLOST 7. So, but we'll certainly bring back the pond study to you as you requested, and any other information that be helpful so that you can make a more informed decision.
Okay. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing other than I just want to see the pond study.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Mr. Maples, the one thing that kind of stuck out, this was designated Section G. Is this because this is in a school zone? I mean, why was this area designated for sidewalks? I see you don't have storm drainage, but
There was existing storm drainage in the area. We did provide curb and gutter to facilitate the drainage and also provide some additional safety measures for the sidewalk. And your statement is correct. It was picked primarily because it was near a school zone.
Okay. Well, one thing I'm thinking, if, like, just, y'all are the professionals, but if we said section G was phase 1, and then we took H through J and made that phase 2, or A through C and made that phase 3, or do it back, you know, and then if we did it over, instead of 2 years, if we did it over 4 years, is there any funds, additional funds, Ms. Subadan, that will become available? I mean, one thing I was thinking, that if this bill grant comes up every year, right? And so.
Yes, sir. We would like to be able to apply again. The other thing is I think you'll recall on DART, they are doing a pedestrian and bicycle study, which I think will be helpful to us because the pond study is 10 years old. I think an updated planning document might be helpful to us as we go back into the grant cycle next year.
Well, one thing I was thinking, could we, Mr. Clark had mentioned doing it in phases. I had already looking over it this weekend, and another thing, it's been alluded to, the curb and gutter and storm drainage. If the city was to, this would be required if somebody was developing a neighborhood. Isn't that correct, Mr. Maples?
In certain commercial zonings, yes, sir, the sidewalk is a requirement in certain zonings to go in and add the sidewalk as part of their development.
So a large percentage, if not the majority of this expense, is actually bringing this area up to whatever the code requirements would be for a new subdivision. Is that fair to say?
If it was a brand new development and had the appropriate zoning, then we would require as part of the site development plan to put the sidewalk in.
I guess more specifically what I'm asking you is what percentage of this $3.3 million is actually curb and gutter and storm drainage as opposed to sidewalk construction and property acquisition?
We can get those numbers for you. I don't have them off the top of my head, but
round estimate?
Imagine storm drainage and curb and gutter is quite an extensive portion of anything. So I would think it would make up the majority of it. We'll get you those numbers.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Maples and Mr. Clark. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Subadan?
No, sir. I just would prefer that from an engineering perspective, we lay it out in a way that allows us to be more successful with delivering the project.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Could I ask Ms. Subadan a question?
Sure.
Ms. Subadan, the grant, the bill grant that we applied for last year, you said we can apply for it this year?
Yes, when the funding cycle opens again, we can, but we would have to be able to identify the match.
When is the deadline that grant we have to be in?
I don't think they've opened. There's no NOFA on it yet. Usually it's late in the year. The awards for December.
Okay.
December.
So what we applied for last year, could we just rubber stamp it and the ticket items that are on it, just when it be available, just do it, or we need to do some revision of the bill grant from last year?
Well, if you use your match funding for the project, the East Broad project, you wouldn't have the match funding for the grant. So we would have to take a look at that, to determine how we would come up with the match.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Maples? Okay. The next item is the report from Threadcraft Engineering, the review of the Constantine's recommendation and report. Mr. Stock, Mr. Maples, Mr. Hughes, and Dr. Threadcraft. Is Dr. Threadcraft with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Good morning, Dr. Threadcraft.
Good morning, sir.
You have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Dr. Joseph Threadcraft. This presentation is titled Engineering Review of CSO and Localized Flooding, and was prepared collaboratively with my mentor, Richard Marbury. As background, I earned my PhD in construction management from Indiana State University, and we're still on slide one, please. And my master's in civil engineering with an emphasis in water resources from Norwich University in Northfield, Vermont. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Georgia. Richard Marbury earned his civil engineering degree and master's in planning from Georgia Tech. Richie is a licensed professional engineer and professional land surveyor in Georgia. Richie is a lifelong resident of Albany and former owner of Marbury Engineering. Slide 2, please. The presentation will focus on a broad overview of TEI's evaluation of the Constantine report and city staff's proposal to resolve the City of Albany's combined sewer overflow and localized flooding concerns. The presentation will further review the city's 2 national pollutant discharge elimination system permits, commonly known as NPDES permits. Towards the end of the presentation, we will offer a professional opinion and identify some broad-based alternatives for further consideration, and close with an overview of next steps. The content of this presentation will provide the listeners with an opportunity to better understand the City of Albany's permanent wastewater treatment system, how it currently operates, and its subsequent need for mandated improvements. Ultimately, this presentation will provide the City of Albany's leadership with sufficient information to make informed decisions related to combined sewer overflow and localized flooding initiatives. Slide 3, please. This slide provides an overview of 2 ways to collect and transport sanitary and storm sewers. Historically, communities used combined sewers to reduce costs. The cost savings allowed them to expand the municipality's footprint in an economical fashion. A combined sewer is a system where the stormwater and sanitary sewer are transported in the same pipe. This results in a requirement to treat the combined sewer in advance of discharging it. The second method of transporting sanitary and storm sewer is through a separate system. Urban municipalities are required to have municipal separate storm sewer systems. This ensures that the sanitary and stormwater are transported in separate pipes. Slide 4, please. Across the nation, the discharge of untreated combined sewer overflows negatively impacted the receiving waters, such as lakes, rivers, and streams. This resulted in their inability to meet their mandated purpose. For example, the intended purpose of the Flint River and the City of Albany, along the City of Albany's border, is fishing. improve the quality of the receiving waters, federal and state agencies developed a regulatory compliance process that is managed through the issuance of permits. The Georgia Environmental Protection Division has issued 2 permits to the City of Albany. The first is the Albany Combined Sewer System. This permit regulates the 8 discharge points that consist of 7 basins and a combined sewage control facility. The next permit is the Joshua Street Water Pollution Control Plant. This permit regulates the operation of the facility. Ultimately, the guidelines contained in the permits will ensure that the water bodies meet their intended purpose. Slide 5, please. The Constantine Engineering Report was developed to establish a comprehensive overview of and an ultimate solution to the City of Albany's combined sewer overflow system and localized flooding concerns within those areas. This report was developed independent of cost, where they developed a solution to capture 100% of the combined sewer overflow. This report also evaluated opportunities to reduce localized flooding within the CSO areas. Slide 6, please. The Constantine Engineering Report identified 7 major components, independent of cost, that will be needed to eliminate all CSOs. The estimated cost of these components is $315.4 million over a 30-year period. Their findings were developed before the final permit was issued. The Constantine report contains 2 specific initiatives that exceed the final permit requirements. The first is the proposed expansion of the Joshua Street Water Pollution Control Plant. The second is to achieve a 100% capture rate that exceeds the final permit requirement of an 85% capture rate. Slide 7, please. This is component 1, the new combined sewer overflow treatment facility. Component 1 has an estimated cost of $31.4 million and consists of the construction of a new combined sewer overflow treatment facility, a 60-inch diameter force main, and a new lift station. Since most of the flow will consist of stormwater, Constantine recommended establishing the minimum primary treatment standards, which consist of screening and disinfecting in a chlorine contact basin before discharging to the Flint River. Slide 8, please. Slide 8, please. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. This is component 2, Joshua Street Wastewater Pollution Control Plant improvements. Component 2 has an estimated cost of $57.3 million and consists primarily of upgrading aged equipment and improving the processes used to treat wastewater. For example, rotary drum thickeners are used to remove excess moisture from the sludge. New thickeners will reduce hauling and disposal costs. New clarifiers will increase the efficiency in which additional solids are removed from the wastewater. Slide 9, please. This is component 3, which consists of phase 2 expansion of the Joshua Street Wastewater Pollution Control Plant. Component 3 has an estimated cost of $3.33 million. The purpose of this project is to prepare for future plant expansions to accommodate population growth. However, it may be over 20 years before this project is needed. Some examples of work contained in this project include a new pump station to move the treated wastewater out of the facility and to the discharge point. There's also an opportunity to add additional primary and secondary clarifiers that can be used when current clarifiers are offline for maintenance or repairs. Slide 10, please. This is component 4, and it consists of lift station improvements and upgrades. Component 4 has an estimated cost of $14.9 million and was developed based on allocating $500,000 per year for 30 years to cover routine maintenance and facility upgrades. Spills can be prevented by installing new pumps and valves. The city can also benefit from updating its remote sensing equipment to ensure that they are notified in the event of an equipment malfunction. Slide 11, please. This is component 5 and consists of the combined sewer overflow separation. Component 5 has an estimated cost of $136.2 million. This approach will complete 100% separation in all 7 CSO basins. Typical work includes installing additional pipes and manholes so that the stormwater and sanitary sewer can be completely separated. In addition to that, specific stormwater projects will be built to reduce the amount of time that water ponds in the streets. This is referred to as increasing the level of service. Slide 12, please. This is component 6 and consists of reducing inflow and infiltration. Component 6 has an estimated cost of $7 million. Inflow and infiltration describe ways that water enters the sanitary sewer system. Groundwater infiltrates through cracked and broken sections of pipe. Stormwater can flow into the sanitary sewer system from roof drains and curb elements. Inflow and infiltration can be reduced by lining existing pipes and repairing damaged manholes and sewer taps. Slide 13, please. This is component 7 and consists of an annual rehabilitation program. Component 7 has an estimated cost of $62.5 million and consists of an annual rehabilitation program to repair damaged piping systems. Some methods of repair can consist of a point repair, which is excavating a damaged section of pipe, or pipe bursting, which consists of pulling a replacement pipe through an existing pipe. Slide 14, please. Constantine's cost summary. Constantine's 10-year capital improvement forecast is $135 million. Their 30-year forecast is $315.4 million. Slide 15, please. The City of Albany staff has completed a proposal, and staff's goals are outlined as follows. 1, to achieve a combined sewer overflow separation of at least 85%. 2, advance design projects that reduce localized flooding within the 7 combined sewer overflow basins. 3, to develop initiatives that will upgrade and maintain sustainable systems. This particular slide is an example of a sustainable City of Albany project from the flood of 1998. This was along the 700 block of Johnny W. Williams Road, which was formerly Henderson Road. The repair project included lining, pipe bursting, and open trench pipe replacement. City staff has advanced the design of additional stormwater projects. Some of those projects would include Beatty Woods Pond, Shannon Holding Pond, East Broad Separation, Clark Avenue, Oaks Pond Diversion, which is near Lake Loretta, Camp Lane, Baldwin Drive, and Greenville Road, which are west of town. Slide 16, please. The City of Albany staff proposal is a 10-year CIP capital improvement program with an estimated cost of $105 million. Staff's 10-year proposal saves $30 million over the recommendation put forth by Constantine Engineering. City staff indicated that they can achieve permit compliance without the following Constantine Engineering recommendations. The first is $31.4 million for the combined sewer overflow treatment facility. As you recall, that consists of a 60-inch force main, a chlorine contact basin, and a wastewater lift station. The second initiative would be $3.33 million for Phase 2 of the Joshua Street Wastewater Pollution Control Plant expansion. Slide 17, please. The final combined sewer system, that NPDES permit is valid from October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2025. The City of Albany must comply with the conditions outlined in the permit by June 30th, 2025. The most significant requirement noted in the permit is the minimum percent capture rate of 85%. The previous requirement involved all flow to the plant except when the rainfall exceeded 0.19 inches per hour. Then they required as much as possible. The permit requires the City of Albany to perform routine sampling, monitoring, and reporting throughout the life of the permit. For reference, the CSO discharge points are at 8th Avenue, 3rd Avenue, Booker Avenue, Highland Avenue, Whitney Avenue, Lift Station 27, Lift Station 25, and a combined sewage control facility. Slide 18, please. The final Joshua Street Pollution Control Plant permit. This permit is valid from October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2025, and allows the city to discharge an average of 32 million gallons per day. There were no significant changes to this permit, and the City of Albany's plant can meet all permit requirements. Slide 19, please. Professional opinion. The City of Albany established the following performance criteria for evaluating the Constantine engineering report and the city staff proposal. The first criteria was that each document would need to provide a comprehensive solution to localized flooding. The second requirement was that each document would need to put forth concepts that would eliminate combined sewer overflows to the Flint River. The third requirement was that each document would evaluate the long-term viability of the City of Albany's existing infrastructure. And finally, each document must put forth solutions that can achieve permit compliance within 5 years and at a cost of approximately $100 million. Slide 20, please. This chart shows an overview of the performance requirements as it relates to the Constantine engineering report and the city staff proposal. In reference to solving localized flooding, both reports were evaluated as partially meeting that criteria. This is ranked as partial compliance because each report proposes to achieve permit compliance primarily through separation. And separation is the most expensive solution to eliminating combined sewer overflows. When we move to CSO elimination, both reports fully comply with meeting this criteria. When we move to infrastructure evaluation, both reports fully comply with that requirement. And finally, permit compliance within 5 years and at a cost of $100 million. The Constantine report partially meets this requirement, given that their 5-year cost was approximately $136 million. City staff's proposal fully meets this requirement in terms of the 5-year time frame and the budget. Slide 21, please. In the professional opinion summary, the Constantine engineering report and city staff proposals are sufficient to meet the requirements of both NPDES permits. TEI agrees with the city staff's proposal. However, we recommend evaluating broad-based cost-saving alternatives as time and schedule allows. Slide 22, please. In the professional opinion summary for city staff, we found that city staff is actively engaged with permit compliance initiatives. Some relevant examples of their work include the following. They've completed and submitted a characterization monitoring plan. They've installed the characterization monitoring plan equipment. They started the monitoring process as of January 1st, 2021. We are finalizing specific designs to resolve localized flooding, and the city has made specific lift station repairs and continues to evaluate opportunities to implement additional upgrades. An overview of the timeline for the deliverables. As indicated earlier, the characterization monitoring plan is complete. As of November 1st, they've installed the monitoring equipment as of December 31st, and as of January 1st, they've started the monitoring process. There is a requirement to submit monitoring data at 6-month intervals over the first year. That data will be used to develop a draft long-term control plan. And that long-term control plan should identify ways that they can achieve at least an 85% capture rate. Once the draft is approved, they will submit a revised long-term control plan. And then the specific date to keep in mind is June 30th, 2025, which is the deadline for the city to submit a confirmation letter to EPD. Slide 23, please. Broad-based alternatives. TEI notes that the best opportunity to successfully implement value engineering cost-saving alternatives is at the beginning or planning phase of the process. We have noted that city staff have completed some relevant designs, and in some instances, they have completed the construction phase. Our recommendation to explore collaborative cost-saving approaches is because sewer separation is the most expensive method of eliminating combined sewer overflows. TEI evaluated Constantine Engineering's report and the city staff proposal relative to the Environmental Protection Agency's 9 minimum controls for the correction of combined sewer overflows. A brief overview of those 9 minimum controls consists of the following initiatives: proper operation and regular maintenance programs, maximization of storage in the collection system, review and modification of pre-treatment requirements, maximization of flow to the public-owned treatment works, in this case, the Joshua Street Wastewater Pollution Control Plant, elimination of CSOs during dry weather, control of solid and floatable materials in combined sewer overflows, pollution prevention programs to reduce contaminants in CSOs, public notification, monitoring to characterize CSO impacts and the effectiveness of CSO controls. Slide 24, please. Inline retention. This approach would maximize storage by adjusting overflow structures so that the city of Albany could take advantage of the system capacity to store combined sewer overflows, thereby reducing the volume of untreated CSO discharges. Slide 25, please. Offline retention. A tunnel is an example of offline retention. These devices provide additional system capacity that can be used to reduce combined sewer overflows. This photograph was taken inside the City of Atlanta's South River Tunnel project. This was a $110 million project that was part of the city's response to its consent decree. The tunnel is 9,000 feet long, 14,000 feet in diameter, and connects to a 45 million gallon per day pump station. In addition to the City of Atlanta, this approach is also used by Elizabeth City, New Jersey, Grand Rapids, Michigan, and San Francisco, California. Slide 26, please. Green infrastructure. Green infrastructure is a resilient approach that emphasizes building with nature. An example is the Fourth Ward Park in the City of Atlanta. This project provides recreational access while also providing flood control during sustained rain events. This approach results in surge capacity that reduces the impact to the drainage system in terms of the volume of water that it must handle in a specific amount of time. Slide 27, please. Albany State University has an example of green infrastructure. practice field is available to temporarily detain water during heavy rain events and thereby provide system surge capacity. This project was designed by Richard Marbury. Slide 28, please. The Mary Young Cummings Park on South Monroe Street is another local example of green infrastructure. This area was damaged during the flood of 1994. It was rebuilt through the implementation of various design initiatives such as open space acquisition and the implementation of improved stormwater control measures. This pond serves as an aesthetic addition to the neighborhood as well as a flood control structure that adds system capacity for managing stormwater runoff. If you notice, there are two ponds here. The smaller pond receives the first inch or so of runoff. This is where the heavy pollutants are contained. And this pond allows those pollutants the opportunity to settle out without being discharged directly into the main storage area. Slide 29, please. Property acquisition. This is an example of green space acquisition by the City of Albany, Dougherty County, and the Southwest Georgia Regional Commission. Green space properties must remain as open space, such as parks, and or retention, which is a permanent form of storage, or detention, which is a temporary form of storage. Slide 30. Open channel flow within municipal city limits. The City of Albany utilizes open channel flow within its municipal city limits. This photo contains an example of a series of retention ponds and drainage canals along Northwestover Boulevard. This is just north of Westgate Drive. It is more economical to transport stormwater through open channel flow than through pipes or box covers. Slide 31, please. This is an example of open channel flow within the municipal city limits of Raleigh, North Carolina. This project is incorporated aesthetically into the neighborhood using retaining wall block, bridges, sidewalks, and handrails. Slide 32, please. Estimated cost savings. As you see from the utilization of some of the measures mentioned earlier, project developers have realized cost savings that range from 37.5% up to 85%, depending upon whether they utilize green stormwater infrastructure or property acquisition, which results in open space. Slide 33, please. Funding alternatives. There are various methods to apply for opportunities to assist in funding. Professional consultants and lobbyists often have specific program information that they can provide to applicants. The Environmental Protection Agency has opportunities, as well as America's Water Infrastructure Act. And when we move beyond that, there are some activities that the City of Albany is currently engaged in. And the second line from the bottom, which is the HUD CDBG DR program, the city is currently soliciting RFPs for sanitary and sewer stormwater improvements. Slide 34, please. Next steps. Although the current life of the permit is 5 years, time is of the essence. As such, there is a need for a program strategy to fund and manage the various phases of these initiatives to ensure that the City of Albany meets the mandated June 30th, 2025 compliance deadline. As noted previously, City staff has some stormwater improvement projects that are currently in various stages of design. Once the designs are complete, these projects can be advertised for bid and advance through the construction phase. City staff will need to continue all required monitoring and reporting in accordance with the approved NPDES permits. Staff has issued an RFP for the 8th Avenue Basin. It was actually due yesterday. This process includes a CDBG DR grant application. Beyond this, staff will need to issue requests for proposals for engineering services for the Booker Avenue and 3rd Avenue basins. As you will see in a subsequent slide, the 3 basins that consist of 8th Avenue, 3rd Avenue, and Booker Avenue account for approximately 97% of the combined sewer overflows. Each of the projects listed in the 10-year capital improvement program will need to be designed and constructed to ensure permit compliance and to reduce localized flooding within the combined sewer overflow basins. Engineers will be encouraged to utilize best practices and to evaluate the concepts identified in the Environmental Protection Agency's 9 Minimum Controls Guideline. Slide 35, please. CSO discharge percentages. This chart was prepared by Jeff Hughes and provides a look at the discharge percentages that occurred at a specific point in time. These results indicate that up to 97% of the combined sewer overflow can be captured by completing the combined sewer initiatives in 8th Avenue, 3rd Avenue, and Booker Avenue. Although this chart does not equate directly to the percent capture rate, it does provide vital information to prioritize where staff should focus their efforts. Slide 36, please. This chart is an overview of city staff recommendations. One of the things that I would emphasize is that city staff's recommendations are relatively consistent with the 7 components covered earlier in the presentation, with the exception that staff did not recommend the $31.4 million project for CSO treatment facility and associated components. They did not recommend the $3.33 million phase 2 expansion of the Joshua Street wastewater treatment facility. City staff's 10-year capital improvement expenditure is approximately $105 million and includes CSO separation and storm drainage improvements. City staff's recommendations are designed to meet the mandated minimum percent capture rate of 85% and to reduce localized flooding within the combined sewer overflow basins. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Threadcraft. Mr. Maples, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Stock, do you have anything to add?
Here for questions, sir.
Okay, good news. Commissioner Howard, any questions?
Mr. Dr. Threadcraft, good morning. How you do this morning?
Fine, sir. You said?
And given your professional opinion, do you think that what Constantine has submitted to us and start working on, that it would take the $315 million over 30 years?
No, sir. In my professional opinion, there are 2 items which are identified in staff's proposal as well that do not have to be done, and that is the $31.4 million for the CSO treatment facility and the $3.33 million for the phase 2 expansion of the Joshua Street wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, and go a step further. I've heard of the acronym Green Infrastructure Initiative, and you mentioned that in your presentation that Albany State University using a football stadium as that was designed by Richard Marbley to hold stormwater drainage. Can you elaborate a little more on that for me?
Yes, I can, and I believe Rich is actually on today. Rich, if you're not available, I can proceed and respond to it.
No, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What we did when we had the flood of '94 and some of the other flood areas, we did a study of improvement on the State University. The practice field that was almost going to be not used, it looked like we took that field instead of building some very expensive holding ponds, which were in some earlier proposals, and we could use that practice field as a temporary detention pond. It would only flood something like once every 25 years. So we felt like if we used that as a detention pond instead of building a new one, we would save, this was so many years ago, I don't remember trying to save, but it was several $100,000 and we would still be able to use that field, just about all the time, other than maybe once every 20 or 25 years. So that was the decision that was made. It was interesting that the Board of Regents called us their dream team because we had saved up so much money and we had almost no change orders on that project. It worked out very well. It's still being used. You have a major flood. You may be 1 year out of every 20 or 25 years, you can't use it for the rest of the time. It's very useful. It's a good thing to do it. Green infrastructure is a very inexpensive way to improve and reduce flooding. And so we feel like that's something that's well worth considering in some of the future plans.
Thank you, Richie. So in essence, green infrastructure is an opportunity to build with nature.
Okay. Bruce. Mr. Maple.
Yes, sir.
After looking at Constantine professional opinion and listening to Dr. Threadcraft professional opinion, not saying where we go from here, but we need it, right? What would happen if we do anything, let it stay as it is, which in his report he says some of those pipes have been in the ground for over 100-some years. So from your professional opinion as an engineer, I'm pretty sure you're gonna say we go forward, right, in the fund.
Well, yes, sir. I mean, we have no option. EPD issued our permit last year. They're very specific in what we have to do. They're not very specific about how we achieve it. They're very specific in the permit about what we have to achieve. And so the time frame is very tight, as Dr. Threadcraft said. We really need to start moving to meet that deadline. So the proposals that the city staff has made, which incorporates a portion of what Constantine has said, and it also incorporates a great deal of what Dr. Threadcraft has said. We need to, we basically need direction and approval from the city commission to move forward to meet the October 2025 deadline.
Okay. Ms. Superdan.
Yes, sir.
The big question is, as Mr. Bruce said, we have no option but to move forward. Can you sort of give us how will this project be funded over the next several years?
Yes, sir. If you remember, we shared with you at the board retreat a couple of different funding options. As Dr. Threadcraft indicated, we will be applying for grants. However, we cannot wait to see if we get grants in order to move the project along. Our first project basically is in our current year budget, which is the East Broad separation. We are actively working on the engineering on that project. We would like to move forward, and that is currently budgeted in this current year's budget. Of course, that's a small project. And so, to directly answer your question, it'll be a combination. Leveraging SLOSS, leveraging rates, leveraging DEPA loans, grants. Essentially, it'll be a variety of different funding methods depending on the project. What we intend to do for the end of the month, what we would like is for the city commission to adopt this program and allow us to now move forward with implementation. Time really is of the essence. We definitely are interested in cost-saving measures, green infrastructure, a combination of different solutions but we're not prepared to allow the project to drag out endlessly and miss our deadline. So, I guess the answer to your question is it'll be funded by several different mechanisms.
Okay. And since Bruce said we have no choice, and back to you, as we go forward, I'm pretty sure the majority commission in its time frame of 30 years will be somewhat drawing Social Security or Medicaid. But as we move forward, and it's a complicated thing because I had issues reading and trying to look at some of the acronyms. As we go forward, I think that we certainly will have to educate, inform, and engage the community because the majority of the citizens that we represent, and this is not a letdown, may not be concerned about what's underground. Only thing they're concerned about whether the water coming on or the commode is flushing. But we certainly, this will be a huge test that I think the city must do and have not taken in the last 30-some years, is to educate the public by some type of town hall meeting or some type of other ways of educating them and saying that we have no choice, this is something we got to do.
Yes, sir. We're going to have a road show on this one for sure.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. The Booker Avenue portion is 77% of the 85% that we have to have done by 2025. Do we have an estimate of what that portion will cost?
Yes, sir. There is an estimate. I would defer to Mr. Hughes. I need to pull that report open. He may have that number readily available.
Commissioner, this is Ken Stock. I have it off the top of my head. That portion is approximately $13 million.
Okay, and so that seems to be of, I guess, utmost importance to get that one started. What would, if we approve that, the entire plan, the end of this month, what would we say a timeline? I know obviously you've got to get engineering, you've got to get drawings done, you've got lots of things you have to do, and then again, as Commissioner Howard was saying, we've got to inform the public of what's going to be going on. Obviously, this will be a big disruption as we start this. What is the timeline we think, once approved, that we could get that started?
I guess the time we're already started, so to speak. We're preparing the RFPs now. Like I said, we have a portion of the 8th Avenue complete, and we're working on the rest of them. The timeline for engineering would be up to the first 12 months, and then another 12 to 18 months per section to install.
And with the Booker Avenue, how many sections, or is that one section, or how, as far as timeline, would that be a 12 months once that one was started?
No, I think that one is broken down into 3 phases.
So that'd be more of like a 3-year.
6 months in total to include engineering.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Say it was how long to include engineering?
It would be more like 36 months, including engineering.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we really need to get this, keep it moving. Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Just want to tell everyone thank you for all the hard work. This is great information, something that's much needed, but no questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, I just have to commend staff and Mr. Threadcraft. I would say that this is a very common sense approach that y'all have taken. While there's nothing wrong with driving a Cadillac, maybe one day I'll be able to drive a Cadillac. I really felt like the Constantine approach was more the Cadillac version, where you guys really dove into what is the minimum, what can we do to reach our goal. And I really felt like y'all are prioritizing equipment and functionality and just zeroing in on meeting this permit. The other thing I'm excited about is the way you, Mr. Threadcraft, the way you talked about green infrastructure, and if there's some ways we can implement some of those improvements, at the same time making our neighborhoods more sustainable and improved, quality of life, that's a win-win. So overall, as I was reading through this in preparation for the meeting, everything made a lot of sense in your report. So I appreciate staff and Mr. Threadcraft for y'all really digging into the details. So thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Yeah, I guess I just want to clarify. So Constantine came up with a 10-year CIP forecast of $135 million, and with this proposal, we're down to $105.3 million. Constantine also had a 30-year CIP of $315 million, and I guess what I want to confirm is we just haven't addressed the 30-year CIP in this plan. We're just dealing with the 10-year at the moment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's all I needed to know. I think it's a great step forward, and I think we need to approve it and get moving on the 10-year plan ASAP.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Let me, the one thing on page 33 of the report, Dr. Threadcraft and Mr. Maples, of the $105 million, it says $30 million is for annual rehab, replacement, and sustainability. That's basically maintenance, isn't it?
Well, one of the primary requirements to maintain a system, as you've indicated, is maintenance. But rehabilitation can be measures such as lining the pipe to prevent inflow and infiltration, reinforcing manholes. It could be maintenance. There's also a line item for maintenance on the pump stations. So each component within a wastewater treatment system has a specific life cycle. And the way to maintain that equipment is through some type of routine maintenance.
Well, until I read this report, I was thinking the whole $135 million was new equipment and infrastructure. And I see Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned earlier about on page 16, 17, you identify the discharge points, and then on page 31, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, Booker Avenue is over 3/4 of our discharge.
That's correct. One of the things to keep in mind is that the economy of scale is not necessarily linear. So while it may not be the greatest cost, it could have the greatest contributor to overflow as a result of inflow and infiltration and other failures. It could also have a contributing factor as a result of population density. So there could be some things that, while Booker Avenue is a great contributor, it may not necessarily be the most expensive project, but it would offer an opportunity for an increased return on investment due to the percentages of flows. And that's one of the things that was evaluated from the chart that Mr. Hughes prepared was how can the city of Albany allocate its resources to obtain the greatest return on investment?
In kind of simple terms, the $30 million savings is basically that we'll take no action on the treatment plant.
We'll take no action on the expansion of the treatment plant, but there will be some rehabilitation and the maintenance and upgrades in terms of equipment and processes that would have to be done.
Okay, but the eliminating the expansion and the $3.33 million project is how we realize these savings. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And of course, there's the possibility between years 10 and 30 that the plant will have to be expanded or even replaced. We don't have any idea, but as Commissioner Howard said, some of us aren't going to be around for that. Let me ask you, Mr. Maples, was I understanding this correct? Our present permit, did it require 70% capture rate?
No, sir. It was a rainfall event. It was the 0.19 inches that we had to capture, and then we had to capture as much as possible. So it did not have a percentage rule in the current permit.
Okay. Do we have an idea of what we capture after a heavy rainfall event?
Mr. Hughes probably does.
Yes, sir. This is Jeff Hughes. I'm on Stacey Road picture here. We began our monitoring, as Mr. Redcraft pointed out, in compliance with the permit effective January 1. So we've got 1 month of data that we'll be looking at here shortly to have a better idea of where we are currently. The 85% capture rate is an annual average. So winter rains typically are all day long, less intense affairs. During the summertime, you have higher intensity rainfall, so you're going to have more overflow volume at that time. So it's going to be an ongoing process, but like I said, we installed the rain gauges just recently in compliance with the permit requirements, and we'll be evaluating that. And as we go forward, we can tell if we need to adjust anything. If we can do less, then we can bring that back to you. But right now, based on the information we have, we're looking at the higher flow basins in order to meet the compliance with the permit.
Okay. So, Ms. Subadan, what staff is requesting is that the commission authorize staff's alternate plan, or the Constantine's plan with the modifications identified by staff?
Yes, sir. I think it's important for the board to adopt the plan, and that way we can kind of go off to the races, getting, working on financing as well as getting engineering RFPs together. Obviously, we are prioritizing the East Broad separation because that project's ready to go, and Booker because we get so much bang for the buck on that project. But I also do want to remind you that is an inner city project with a 100-year-old sewer system. So that project is not going to be simple, and we have a lot of built-up infrastructure sitting on top of it. So it will take time. I think the 36 months is probably fair, but I think what we from a staff perspective want is for the board to adopt the plan. When we look back at history, many times the staff has brought forward many of these concerns, and they've never actually got the board to adopt it. I believe this board is committed. We'd like to adopt the plan, then we will start working the plan to implementation. And I cannot emphasize enough how short our time frame is. Each of these processes take time. Applying for grants, applying for DEPA loans, it's all extremely time consuming, and it's not on our schedule. So sooner is better than later for us.
Okay, Mr. Maples, just how are we going to consider these, what Dr. Threadcraft has called broad-based alternatives? At what point in time, I think he's made it clear that if we're going to pursue these options, it needs to be done on the front end and not after we get into the project. How are we going to incorporate those proposals?
Well, they will be incorporated into RFP. It'll be made clear to the consultants that those are the components that we want to look at and see if they're economically feasible and can be achieved. So they'll be incorporated in the RFP and discussed constantly with the consultants that are engaged to do these projects to make sure we make that a part of the plan if possible.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Threadcraft. Mr. Stock, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Maples, any other questions? Commissioner Howard?
No further questions, but thank Dr. Detail report and look forward to working with you in the near future.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No further questions.
Commissioner Fletcher,
No question.
Commissioner Warrington,
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff,
No question.
Commissioner Young.
No question.
The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the east side, west side interceptor upgrades. Mr. Maples?
Yeah, that's a great segue into this presentation. Yeah, one of the major components of the combined sewer system is the east side, west side interceptors. And as you know, we started this project in 2015, really, with the city manager coming on board. As she said, you know, she came in, she asked city staff what was one of our major concerns about our infrastructure. And we told her that our concern was the condition of the east side, west side interceptor that was built in 1958 and 59, that we had concerns about the structural integrity of the pipes, which are made out of concrete, and the manholes that are made out of brick, which are inert to hydrogen sulfide problems, but the mortar is subject to corrosion from hydrogen sulfide, more specifically sulfuric acid, which if y'all know your basic chemistry, H2S is hydrogen sulfide. It reacts, it comes out of solution. It reacts with 4 parts oxygen, and it turns into hydrogen sulfide, sulfuric acid, which is a very acidic substance. So if they'll bring up the PowerPoint presentation, I'll quit going into so much engineering and chemistry, and I'll give the presentation. But, can y'all see the okay. So the concern, as I said, was the problem with the east side, west side interceptor with root intrusion and corrosion and the hydrogen sulfide problem. The east side interceptor sewer project is on the east side of the river. It starts at Swift Street and ends up at lift station 26, which is a pump station that you see at the north end of Albany State University. The west side interceptor project starts at 8th Avenue, an extension of 8th Avenue near the river, and runs southward to Joshua Street wastewater treatment plant. If y'all know your history of your sewer, prior to 1958 and 59, all the sewage basically all the sewage that was in the inner portions of the city flowed to the river. 1948, they enacted the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. In 1955, the city and the county engaged Wiedemann and Singleton. They did a report, and from that report, they designed the west side, east side interceptor and the wastewater treatment plant. And those facilities were built in 58 and 59. Next slide, please. So if you look at this slide, you'll see the red portion on the east side is the east side interceptor, and the burnt orange on the west side is basically the west side interceptor. The black lines that you see are various force mains that are associated with that conveyance system. Next slide, please. These are just graphics of the trash and the debris that was found when GCU went in and started cleaning out the interceptor sewer lines. That little circular area, if you can, that's asphalt. That's chunks of asphalt that they found. So that's quite extreme that something like that has been put down into the sewer. So next slide. For some reason I'm not getting to share. That's just more debris. As you see, you've got plastic bottles. One of the worst things that we have with the littering problem that we have in the city of Albany. Next slide, please. So the solution was that we would, come on. All right. So the part of the solution included the Booker Avenue Basin sewer as part of the project we were going to Jeep about, but the EPD came up and they had some concerns about the historic preservation and the historic properties that were associated with it. So it was dropped out of the project. So the project was let as a design build project. We put it out for bids. Gulf Coast Underground was the winner of the award, and the first part of that award was to come up with a plan where they did the televising of the lines, and then they came back with some recommendations as far as the best and most economic recommendation for rehabilitating the infrastructure. They were issued a notice to proceed for construction on March 19th of 2019 on the phase 2, and they had a deadline to complete the rehabilitation of the work by the end of December 2020, which we successfully met that requirement. And now we're wrapping up and we're going into the payoff of the loan phase of the project. So the actual rehabilitation process, the design build contract was out on June 19, 2018. The Board of Commissioners approved the resolution on July 24, 2018. We negotiated the contract, and they were issued a notice to proceed for the design phase in September 2018. Again, we've already given you the extent of the east side and west side interceptor sewers. So next slide. And these are more videos. The next few slides are more videos of what you can see within the east side and west side interceptors. As you can imagine, what kind of problems that creates for flow trying to get the city's sewage through to the treatment plant. So if you go to the funding slide. So as I said, we met with the city manager, and lo and behold, in 2015, after meeting with her, next thing you know, we have GIFA staff staring at us across the conference table. And we started talking about the projects. And we got from them, after several meetings, they basically told us that they thought it was a very viable project. On March 22nd, 2016, the Board of Commissioners authorized us to pursue the loan. An application for a $50 million low-interest loan was submitted to GIFA on February 27th, 2017. GIFA approved the City of Albany application for a $50 million Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan at their January 22nd, 2018 board meeting. And I'd like to emphasize that what the city manager said a little while ago about how long it takes to get things approved. Almost a year for us to get the final approval on the loan from GIFA. So the City Commission accepted the GIFA loan on February 13, 2018. We had to pay a loan origination fee of $150,000. The interest rate on the loan is 0.65% over a 15-year repayment period. And the loan payments are currently scheduled to come out of SPLOST 6 and SPLOST 7 sewer improvement funds. And there's some more pictures. The first picture is actually, you can see the reinforcing exposed in a concrete pipe. And then you go to the next slides and what looks like Pepto-Bismol coating on the manholes. That is the epoxy coating that's actually on the manholes, and it's a lot smoother than what it was. And they took out, if you go back, let's see, as a result of all the work, I think I skipped that slide because I'm not seeing the share screen for some reason. But we had 6.23 miles of pipe cleaned out. We had 6.23 miles of pipe rehabilitated. According to Gulf Coast Underground, they removed approximately 1,300 tons of debris out of the pipes and the manholes. 122 manhole structures were lined and repaired. As we showed, we got rid of the open joints, the root intrusion, and structural failure problems that we were concerned about. Now the good thing is that with them being cleaned out, and if we can keep people from putting more debris down in them, the east and west side interceptors now operate at their normal capacity. And one of the discussions that we had originally with GIFA and with staff was what would be the impacts. And the reason we picked the slip lining was if we had gone to a conventional dig and replace method, we would have torn up a lot of area adjacent to the river. We would have torn up streets. We would have probably had problems with the existing infrastructure, other infrastructure that was in the way. We had a lot of high river events that would have created problems, delayed the projects. And so that's why we went with the more economical way and the quickest way, which was the slip lining. And so we're quite pleased with the project. We made it on time, and it eliminates at least what we hope is one headache for the city's infrastructure system. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Commissioner Howard, any questions?
No question. Thanks for the presentation, Brew.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. No questions, just job well done on getting it done and getting the financing and all the staff that was involved with that and getting that 0.65% interest rate. That was great. Good work. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Thank you.
Nothing else.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, just a general question, Mr. Maple. So with all that debris that was removed, as well as having a low coefficient of friction now on the pipeline, have we seen any other intangible benefits, areas that used to flood, now they're not flooding as easily? I mean, is it too early on to see any benefits of just improved flow?
Well, we haven't, since we finished in December, we really haven't probably had time to spend analyzing it, but we will see it with the new flow monitoring and the rain gauges that we put up as part of our permit. We hopefully, with Jeff getting the 1 month results, we'll start looking at those results and trying to make some decisions about it.
Okay. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I appreciate you bringing up the lower runoff the roughness coefficient.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Ms. Subadan, have we calculated what, if we were to fund this with a rate increase, what that would be?
We didn't. We can make that calculation. 15 years, $1 million a year. We could, 0.65%. We can certainly make that calculation. Because we know that we have so much else on our plate, we are going to try to see how much we can leverage SLOSS. Some of the improvements will likely need to be funded through a rate increase. But on this particular project, funding was put aside in SLOSS 5 and 6, trying to accumulate the amount of money to do the project, and we never could accumulate enough. And so we went the route of GFA, and we're using those accumulations and future SLOSS to pay the debt service. But we certainly can get that calculation for you. It's not very complicated.
Okay. No, if we have money set aside for it, I was, one of those slides, I thought it meant that there were different options for funding it. So.
On this project, this project is already funded and paid for.
Okay.
So we're on this.
Thank you, Mr. Maples. The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund. Mr. Forgy, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Okay. I have a very short presentation about the Brownfield Revolving Loan Program. So a little background, we were awarded $800,000. We applied for $1 million. We're awarded $800,000. It's a 5-year program, and if we show progress, we can apply for additional funding this year, which we intend to do, provided we have progress. It is unusual for a city this size really to get awarded. Other revolving loan funds went to cities like New Orleans and Cincinnati and Phoenix, larger cities with probably more, well, certainly more issues in brownfields. The purpose of the revolving loan fund is to protect human health by eliminating the risk of contamination through a brownfield site, to create sustainable reuses for that property, to support the retention and creation of new jobs, and to educate the community about brownfields. EPA defines a brownfield as real property and the expansion or redevelopment or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. So the use of the funds, first the property has to meet a few hoops and able to be, to apply. It has to be in the Brownfield Site Rehabilitation Program with EPD, and it has to have an approved remedial action plan. We have two different kinds of products through the revolving loan fund. We also can give grants, but of the money, at least 50% of it, 400,000, must be in loans. We can do grants, but grants have to be given to nonprofit organizations, and I think we're limited to a maximum of $200,000 for the grants. There's a revolving loan fund review committee that's set up through our work program that was approved by EPD. It's made up of staff members plus 2 additional people. What we're going to do is we're going to have a business representative, someone from the EDC most likely, to represent community businesses, and then someone to represent the community, which we propose to have the ward, the commissioner for the ward where the project takes place, to be on the review committee to help determine whether or not the project gets a loan or a grant and what the terms of that grant or loan will be. So it's not just to clean up properties, it's also, proposals have to put the property back into productive use. It can't just be to clean it up. It has to be in order to make use of the property for new jobs or new public space, whatever it might be. It can't be just for the purpose of cleaning up. So the funds, like I said, we received $800,000, which we matched by 20%, which is $160,000. So $960,000 total budget. Of that money, let's see, $680,000 is in grants and loans. Now that obviously leaves quite a bit of money left over because it's not just about the revolving loan fund, it's also about marketing the program. There's a lot that EPA expects of us to actually recruit people to come into the program, to come to Albany, to develop in Albany. We also have to do a lot of community engagement through this and publicity because EPA, they want the community to know that brownfields are an issue, that EPA is there to help, and they want this to be publicized to the community. So we have to spend a lot of time and effort on that as well. As you know from a few months ago, we did hire a qualified environmental professional, Cardno. That's a requirement, not hiring Cardno, but hiring a qualified environmental professional is a requirement of the grant unless the city staff has the knowledge to oversee the cleanups. It does require a QEP, so that was part of the expense of this project as well. I believe that, no, next steps. So we have not really started the grant program yet. We're going to begin regular meetings of the loan review committee, and we're going to start marketing the program. We have a couple applicants that are interested. They don't have complete applications yet, but we have 2 that are interested in applying and have communicated with us about what they need to do to apply. And once we get those approved, we will apply for additional funding. That's in the spring, so we are going to start seeing some activity with this pretty quickly. And we intend to keep it going and apply for it every year, so this will be an actual revolving loan fund. The point of a revolving loan fund is to keep the money in the community, to revolve it on more projects. And by doing that, by having that fund available, we're going to need to make sure that we have people who know about it, so that is where the publicity comes in, and that's where the marketing comes in. We will, at some point when we can travel again, we'll be going to trade shows and economic development conferences to market these and to get people interested in developing in Albany. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Forgy? Commissioner Howard?
Paul, you said you can apply for this grant every other year?
I believe it's every year at this point. We can apply for it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You meant the city applying for it, not an applicant, right? Okay, yes.
So it's not a sunset clause, right?
Not that I am aware of, no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, Paul, is, will we be charging interest on the loans that are issued?
That's up to the loan review committee, and I believe we have to charge a minimum of 0.5%. So I think it's 0.5 to 5% that we will charge, but the terms are quite flexible, so that's up to the loan review committee. But
That'll just kind of be determined.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, the point of the loans is to make sure that
That'll be determined on. Go ahead.
The point of the loans is to make sure that that it benefits the developer. So we will make the terms as favorable as possible in order to make that project work.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions. Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Mr. Warburton?
Yeah, a couple questions, Mr. Forkey. So the environmental concern is not necessarily just in the ground environmental. It can be in building materials, asbestos, lead-based paint.
That's correct.
Okay, so part of the marketing, I think, really is to get that out so that developers, builders, contractors, owners know it's not just a, contaminant in the ground. It can be any contamination in the structure or what have you. The second question is, can the city apply? Can we ourselves be an applicant to a program that we're administering?
I do believe so, but I would need to confirm that. Under nonprofits, it also lists governmental agencies, but I don't know if that means the applicant itself.
Okay, because obviously we've got some property we're sitting on that's got, and even here downtown with the old theater over on Jackson Street, I think it's got some concerns. And then, we've talked about the property on Slappy, the old cleaning,
National Linen.
National Linen.
Right.
I mean, that's not a city property, but it could easily be through the land bank. That's another property that, so I guess it might be good if we could definitively answer that. Not that we want to use all the money, obviously, but there may be a project that we feel like is economically viable that would spur growth for other people that if we could use a portion of that money for a couple of these problem properties, that would be a benefit to business owners and property owners around that property.
Well, I think in any of those instances, if the DDA owns it, I think the DDA certainly could be an applicant. The city may not be able to directly, but I think in any instance like that, there could be some arrangement or sale to an entity that could. But it does require in any case that the property be about to be redeveloped. So if someone was wanting to redevelop that theater, we could, I'm sure, set something up where the property is transferred to an entity that would allow the grant, and then the project could take place. So we certainly could figure out how to make those happen.
Yeah, and I guess it's just a question of the chicken or the egg. I mean, you take a developer to some of these properties now, and you got to have a lot of vision to look past what's in front of you. Whereas if the city, if you could go correct some of these problems and make it a little more presentable, you might have more interest. So it's, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
right. Well, unfortunately, in any event, we can't loan or grant money if it's just for the sake of cleaning up. It does have to produce a project directly from that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Mr. Forkey, we talked before, I think there's 3 Superfund sites in Dougherty County.
I believe that's correct.
And I think I asked you, how many brownfield sites do we have in the city?
The number 27 sticks out, but I'm not sure. I apologize. I sent that information out several months ago.
Yeah, I think I asked for it, you gave it to me, and could you get it to us again?
I'll send it out again, certainly.
Obviously, I mean, I think this is a great program, but it's still got to be economically feasible for the developer or the owner to come in and invest in remediating these properties, even with low interest. There has to be a demand for property, and so I'm glad we have 2 entities that are interested. I hope we can make this project work.
Thank you. I believe we will.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Forkey.
You're welcome.
The next item, I believe, is the results of the fiscal year 2020 audit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, Ms. Lipson, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Again, my name is Meredith Lipson. I'm the audit partner in charge of the annual audit for City of Albany and presenting the results of the June 30, 2020 audit. Next slide, please. Just a few of the things we're going to go over. I'm going to talk to you a few minutes about the engagement team, the results of our 2020 audit, provide some financial information, overall summary information, give you a little bit of information about some of the emerging issues, and of course, if you have any questions, I'm glad to address those. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of information about Malden and Jenkins. I'm probably not familiar. We've been in business for over 100 years. Started out in Albany, Georgia, and currently have locations across the southeast in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama. A significant part of the firm's practice is in governmental accounting. So you can rest assured that we do have the experience and the technical knowledge necessary to properly conduct the annual audit for the city. As you can see there, we did audit for approximately 450 governments across the southeast. As mentioned, I am the engagement partner. Doug Moses serves as the quality review partner. We do have several levels of sure that the financial meet the standards that are applicable to governmental audit. Next slide, please. Our responsibility under auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. We did perform our audit in accordance with those standards as well as government generally accepted government auditing standards. As always, the objective of an audit is to provide reasonable but not absolute assurance that the financial statement is free of material mistakes. And as always, the financial statements are the responsibility of the city's management, with our responsibility to provide an opinion based on our audit procedure. We did issue an unmodified, clean opinion on the basic financial statement, and of course, it's the opinion that you want to receive. The financial statements were presented fairly in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Our responsibility does not extend beyond the financial information that is contained in our report. In addition to the financial statement audit, because the city spends in excess of $750,000 a year in federal funds, you all are required to undergo what's known as a single audit in accordance with federal grant compliance. And we look at all the federal programs from which you receive funding, and we do a risk-based assessment to determine which programs will be selected each year for compliance and internal control purposes. And this year, the program that was selected was the Disaster Grants Public Assistance Program through FEMA and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And just to let you all know, as far as our audit reports go, we had no findings, either in the financial statement audit or in the single audit fiscal year 2020. Next slide, please. The significant accounting policies that were used by the city are described in the first footnote of the financial statement. They are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and similar government organizations. There are accounting estimates and judgments involved in the reporting process, Several of the significant accounting estimates that are used include valuation of accounts receivable, the valuing of any donated infrastructure assets, any self-insurance claim liabilities, and of course your pension and OPEB assumptions that are used to determine those net pension and OPEB liabilities. Any estimates that were provided by management and used in the preparation of the financial statement, we did deem to be reasonable in relation to the financial statement, and we did consider the information and the qualitative aspects of the calculations when we evaluated this. Footnote disclosures, they're an integral part of the financial statement. The overall neutrality, consistency, and clarity of disclosures was considered as part of our audit process. Next slide, please. We receive full cooperation from city's management and staff as always. They do an excellent job providing us with the information that we need. Any questions that we have, any additional information that we need during the audit process, they do an incredible job of getting that information very quickly, which makes our job a little bit easier. We had no disagreements with management on accounting issues or financial reporting matters. We had a handful of adjustments that were proposed to the funds of the city. The majority of those were provided to us by city personnel during the audit process, and we had no adjustments that we proposed in the past. I did want to make a comment here in that it's unusual not to have audit adjustments. Most of the governments that we work with, we do have audit adjustments across the funds, and as I said before, your finance staff do an excellent job. And the important thing to note here is because we're not making adjustments, audit adjustments that are changing a number of your account balances that you're in, that means that the financial information that you're being provided all year long by your finance staff is accurate, and it's something that you all have been able to rely on. The last thing you want to find out is that we made 20 adjustments at the end of the year that changes that financial information, and you've been relying on information that was not accurate. It's really important to know that the information that you all are being provided is accurate, on which you can make your decision. We did request and receive written representation from management relating to the accuracy of the information that was included in the financial statement and the information that was provided to us. Next slide, please. Best of our knowledge, there's been no other application with any other accountants during the year. We had no significant issues that were discussed with management related to business conditions and strategies might affect their business statement and financial statement. Our responsibility for the other information documents that contain the city's current financial report and our independent account auditor's report does not extend beyond the information that we know. And in accordance with AICPA professional standards, we are independent with regard to the city and the financial report process. Next slide, please. Okay, what we're presenting here is some summary information for your general fund. Of course, your general fund is really the heart and soul of the operation financially, where the majority of your department expenditures flow through here and the majority of your revenues. Total revenues and transfers in from other funds total $68,782,000 in 2020 compared to $71.9 million in fiscal year 2019. It's slightly down, down there. Total expenditures and transfers to other funds, $77,887 in fiscal year 2020, $7.9 million in fiscal year 2019. Next slide, please. What we've presented here is a 5-year history of general fund balance. Fund balance for the general fund at June 30, 2020 is $30.5 million, which is a decrease of approximately $2 million from the prior year. General fund incurs expenditures of approximately $5 million per month. That's exclusive transfers that the general fund makes to other funds. So at June 30, 2020, you all have approximately 5.5 months of expenditures in fund balance. Question I always get is that enough? That's really a difficult question because every government is different as far as their future plans, as far as expansions, things of that nature. But the general rule is to have 3 to 5 months of expenditures in your fund balance. So I do think your general fund balance is strong and healthy. And of course, it's there to take those months where it's somewhat lean until you start collecting property taxes in late fall. Next slide, please. Enterprise funds, you can see here, this is a change in your net position, so basically your net income, net loss for all of your enterprise funds. Combined operating revenues for all funds, $163.2 million. The airport fund and your transit fund received significant grant funding, $13.3 million for the airport fund, $0.9 million for the transit fund in fiscal year 20. Most of that was used for your capital-related projects. Combined operating expenses for these funds, $53.6 million, and these funds also transferred. They also had transfers from two other funds of approximately $16.8 million. So your enterprise funds do generate revenue significant enough to provide funding to other funds, including your general fund. Next slide, please. The next few slides here just provide information on some of the new GASB announcements that are coming in the next few years. GASB is always very busy on coming up with new things that standards to be adopted and new changes of financial reporting. The majority of the first few were extended because of COVID and will not be applicable in 2022. The one that will be applicable for your June 30, 2021 is GASB 84, and of course working with the city so that that's appropriately implemented. It will not affect you all as much as it affects our county government. That one is out there. Next slide, please. Again, additional GASB pronounced out there. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And then here we have some other items that are currently being considered by GASB that probably will end up being standard after probably 4 or 5 institutes. Next slide, please. And just to let you all know, I think we've probably talked about it in previous years, that Malden and Jenkins does provide quarterly continuing education for all of our governmental clients. This is just something that we provide, to try to keep our clients abreast of any changes that are out there, or anything that we feel like maybe our clients would be interested in as far as governmental accounting goes. We've been doing a lot of these since COVID on web-based presentations, but if any of the commission is interested in also participating in these, we'll be more than happy to get your email address and make sure you're invited to the continuing education session. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm more than happy to address any questions that you may have. I know that the financial information that was presented was really a brief overview, so if you have specific questions, I'm more than happy to address them.
Commissioner Howard, any questions for Ms. Lipscomb or Mr. Brown?
Question for Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, since she gave us this detailed financial report, is it fair to say that our finance, we're in good shape?
I think it would be fair to say that, yes, sir.
Okay. Are there anything you need to tell us that we need to be concerned about since she gave this report?
No, sir. I think the biggest thing, I guess, biggest concern is probably the other presentations that we heard this morning is addressing and tackling our sewer issues and how we're going to fund that. But as far as our overall picture, financial picture, so there's nothing that I think that you need to be concerned about.
Okay. And another question, since we're doing a lot of money because of the COVID-19, how would that affect our budget going forward? Do you know?
That's something we will look at. We'll be starting our budget process in the next couple of weeks. We've been tracking some of our expenditures throughout this year. Some of these expenses that we've had won't be reoccurring, such as putting up plexiglass or sneeze guards. We're sort of absorbing those costs now. We're certainly hopeful that there will be an opportunity for us to be reimbursed for those costs, but we will have to look ahead to see if there will be some other reoccurring costs that we need to implement into our budget for fiscal 22. We'll be looking at that in the coming weeks.
Okay, thank you here.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No question.
Commissioner Warmington?
No question.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
No question.
Ms. Subadan, I'm looking at obviously the airport fund and the transit fund. There's a big discrepancy between the expenses and revenues. That difference is pretty well made up by federal funding, isn't it?
To a degree, normally we have been supplementing both transit and airports. Last fiscal, we did get CARES Act funding, which would have allowed us to reduce some of that subsidization of the airport and transit. We don't know how long that's going to last. Both entities, of course, took a pretty major hit to revenue. And so we're hoping for fiscal 21, we'll see some recovery of that.
Well, I guess my question, how is that federal funding reflected in these two graphs that I'm looking at, the airport fund and the transit fund?
I'll go ahead and defer to Derek and Meredith because some of that funding was received late in the fiscal.
And on that document that was part of the agenda package, I know you're looking at those bar charts, and those charts look at actual operating revenue, money that we generate through fares, through transit fares, or either operating revenue at the airport. But in the body of that language, the paragraph just below those charts will tell you how much we got in federal funding. So that's not considered operating revenue, but it is considered non-operating revenue. So those numbers are not reflected in the charts. So those bar charts just basically show what we've earned ourselves to support the operational expenses of those two areas. So there's going to always be a huge discrepancy in those bar charts. The explanation below that will show what we got in government funding.
Going back to the pie for the general fund, would that be included in the intergovernmental?
No, that would not be. The intergovernmental for the general funds is totally separate. That includes money that we get from the county That's money also that we get from one another, if you will, through indirect allocation. So the general funds pie chart is really separate from, except for the transfers out or the transfers in. That would be the only interrelation between the general fund graph and those other charts.
So where's the CARES Act funding?
That would be at the bottom. Now, we didn't get a lot, but we did get some. That would, for instance, in transit, would probably be the best one to look at, or the airport. It would be under the bottom. If you look at transit, it says we received intergovernmental revenue of $6.9 million. And so there would be CARES Act funding in there. So it's just separate from operations. And so it will always show that transit operations would need to be subsidized some type of way by either federal funding, transfers from the general fund, but it will always show that we don't make enough in operational revenue to support the expenses. But that 6.894 you see there for transit, that would include CARES Act funding.
Okay. The question, Ms. Subban, the sanitary sewer, well, the light fund makes money. The water fund, the gas fund, the solid waste fund, the telecommunication fund are all kind of, why the stormwater, the discrepancy between 19 and 20 and also between 17 and 18, how do we explain that?
In stormwater, we took the expense of hurricane and storm cleanup in the stormwater fund. In terms of the telecom, after depreciation and transfer, telecom is still sort of struggling. And to a degree, solid waste, you know, we did buy a significant amount of equipment, and that hit our depreciation in solid waste, which resulted in what you see.
Okay, I mean, but
And
my
that's
question.
not going to be. Sorry, did I not answer the question?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I thought I answered the question. Can
No,
you repeat?
what I was saying, Ms. Subban, is I can sort of understand everything but the stormwater fund. I mean, so you're telling me you had $14 million in expenses in fiscal year 19 compared to 5.5 in 2020, and primarily that's due to the Hurricane Michael.
Right, both in 2017 and 2017 was the straight line winds and the tornado. 2019, fiscal 2019 was Hurricane Michael.
And can I ask you, not that it matters, why do you book these expenses under the stormwater fund?
At the time we discussed it, we could have either done solid waste or stormwater, and we made the determination that because essentially the debris, the removal of the debris was keeping it out of the stormwater system, we went ahead and made the decision to look at stormwater. But to your earlier point, it doesn't really, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but we have to account for it somewhere, and we made the determination that it would be cleaner in stormwater and easier to track.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Howard, any further questions for Mr. Brown or Ms. Lipson?
No further question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No further questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No further questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Mr. Brown, Ms. Lipson, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the city manager's update.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could just take a point of professional privilege, I want to thank Derek and the finance staff. They do a phenomenal job for us. It is uncommon, as you've heard, for us to have such a clean audit opinion. They do a really great job, and I just want to recognize them and thank them for the work. I will be sending out this afternoon the regular city manager updates, which is now in a digital format, so you can see it on the city's website, your cell phone, as well as your email. I think the biggest thing that we're contemplating is perhaps mid-month to restart recreational basketball. We are obviously watching the COVID numbers in the community, but we believe that we may be able to restart basketball February 15th, barring some unusual occurrence. And that's really all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Other matters, items for the future agenda, Mr. Howard?
Ms. Superdan.
Yes, sir.
Since the CDC has issued that masks be worn on public transit, airport buses, and taxi, are we going to do a PS announcement to say that it's coming from the CDC?
Yes, sir, that is now federal law. We have been requiring that on transit buses since the beginning of the pandemic, but we certainly will update our signage and especially at the airport inform our customers and staff that masks are a requirement in a federally controlled transportation facility, including our transfer stations and where people buy their media. So yes, we will be sending that information out and reminding the public that it's a requirement on our transit vehicles and in our airport.
So do we know exactly how long that the CDC said it was to be in effect? They said 100 days or what?
I didn't think there was a sunset. I know the president has asked for 100 days, but I believe the law as it's written doesn't have a sunset on it at this time, but I can check that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further?
Mr. Fletcher?
Nothing.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, I was going to ask Ms. Superdan or even Mr. Stott, maybe next meeting, if AMI project, I know it's a major project that's going on in the background. I know we hadn't talked about it in several months, but maybe if we get an update. I don't know if we have any pilots running right now or what we can be expecting in our wards and our citizens. Just, maybe next meeting, if we could have an update on AMI, that'd be great. That's it.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I had a couple of 3 items here. I did want to follow up with the situation with the grocery store. Madam City Manager was kind enough to actually get some more detailed information on the closing of that last Harvey's grocery store on the south side of Albany. That's on Radium Springs. The information that we have now is that the grocery store will be closing temporarily on February the 12th and will reopen on the 24th as Food Lion. I am still concerned about, that gap in time for many of the residents who, for various transportation issues, will have to, take a longer trip to get groceries. So we'll be working on some things to help alleviate that problem. So just want to make sure that, staff is keeping an eye on that so we don't exacerbate an already rather large problem that we have in terms of access to groceries on the south side of Albany. The second thing is kind of more of a question that kind of came up because the airport was mentioned. I do have been paying attention to, I think, the developments in the last couple of days on the news where the Valdosta Airport is kind of moving along with adding a new route. We all know that most of the routes out of, all of the routes out of Albany and Valdosta right now just go straight into Atlanta. And I know that there has always been a thought to try to return to, either a second carrier that may offer some more routes or having the current carrier offering more routes to different cities, and whether or not that was still something that they were still working on, through, I guess, would probably be maybe something Commissioner Lang's staff can speak to since he's on the airport board. But just wanted to know if we were remaining competitive, with developments, because, of course, that goes to our economic development. So that was just also a question I wanted to put on the burner to kind of get some clarity on. And then the final thing, of course, Attorney Davis rendered, I guess, his judgmental opinion on the matter that we had on the floor a couple of meetings ago concerning my concerns about Commissioner Fletcher's comments in the media concerning the election. And I noticed it had not been back on the agenda to be discussed. I don't know if that's where we're going to leave it with his opinion. But I did want to, kind of move toward either some type of resolution or closure to that, but to just kind of speak to the opinion. And I think it's probably been made public if it's not been made public. I think we need to do that in some type of way, but if I guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Davis was, I guess the gist of your opinion was that Commissioner Fletcher's First Amendment rights were that, I guess under the First Amendment, you were basically saying that she was at right to say what she said, but and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I guess that was just the opinion, but I just wanted to clarify that had nothing to do with what I was offering to the board in terms of accountability for those comments. And then also, we have a situation where, if that's your opinion that the First Amendment rights, or her being able to say what she wanted to say, we all know that the, First Amendment protects your rights to say what you want to say, but it doesn't protect you from the consequences from outside agencies. It may protect you from, I guess, some reprimand in terms of, some government action. But what actually happened in my mind was that, my First Amendment rights were the ones that were, put at risk because I was the one that was trying to make my point on the floor, and I was interrupted and told what I could not say or what I could not offer to the board as a sitting commissioner. And these were also generated by concerns from a very large portion of our public and our citizens who were concerned. So, with that opinion that you offered, I just want to make note that, the First Amendment goes both ways. So when we try to kind of, I guess, protect someone else or keep something from being said, we also, may be in violation of somebody else's rights. But I do want to still bring this matter, Mr. Mayor, back to the agenda for some type of clarity. I don't know if you want to do that in executive session or whatever you think the proper method is, because at this particular time, and this is another prong of this whole discussion, is that we have, I guess this part of the meeting to be able to discuss the concerns that we want to discuss as commissioners, that we can address for our citizens, our constituent, and I need to know that's going to be something that's going to be protected as well, and not just kind of trampled upon just because somebody says, I don't think that should be discussed because it's going to be disunifying, or it's going to be cause problems or what have you. That's not a good enough reason not to address the concerns of citizens. One of the things that our charter does say is that a commissioner is charged with bringing the concerns of the citizens to the table, and that's what I intended to do, and that's what I did. But we had the situation that we had. So just to wrap that up, I would like to see that come back to the agenda in some type of formal manner.
Well,
thank you.
I think the city attorney's opinion addressed the issue, and that issue is whether or not this body has any authority to reprimand a member of the body because of statements he or she may have made. And I do want to say this, Commissioner Young, there's nobody trying to limit your First Amendment rights. I mean, in point of fact, a press conference was held immediately after the meeting, and that is appropriate. If any commissioner wants to express his or her opposition to something another commissioner said or did, they have the right to put that in a public forum, and that is the option that you chose. But I think what our issue here is whether or not somebody sitting on this podium is appropriate to reprimand another commissioner. I have said I think it's outlandish. People are still challenging the legitimacy of the election, but people have the right to express their opinion. I think that's been addressed, and the opposition to the statements in question have also been made known to the public, and I think that should be the end of it. But for the simple reason, I don't think there's a need to put it on the agenda, is because this commission there's no provision for a censure. I don't think a censure would be appropriate, even if there was. So, I mean, I just don't think there's a reason to put this matter on an agenda for a city commission meeting.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Mayor, I disagree, and on this basis, we all kind of follow sports, follow football, or what have you. You know that people who are involved in the game, whether that's coaches or players, are admonished when they start talking about whatever, that the game might be rigged or somebody might be cheating. Coaches are fined, players are fined, and as people who are involved in politics, elected officials, we have to uphold the integrity of the election, just like those coaches and players have to uphold the integrity of the game, so that people who are watching can trust and assure that the game is settled on the field by people who are playing the game, and not by some outside force that didn't have anything to do with what was actually going on in the game. And I think that's something that needs to be spoken to. I know we don't have, I do understand you that we don't necessarily have that mechanism within our charter to do that, but those are the questions that are being deliberated by Congress right now, and I think we do need to have something to be able to hold people accountable for those type things. But and that's really I think the bigger question that we ought to be discussing, and not necessarily what was said or what was done, but whether or not we as a body should be holding ourselves and our colleagues accountable for what they say and do, because that's exactly what the public is looking for. But I'll leave it there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Do we have a motion to enter into executive session to discuss pending litigation?
Move to go in executive session to discuss pending litigation.
Mayor, could I interrupt? I thought also there might be some real estate issues concerning lease or acquisition of real property, so I think there's two issues for executive session.
Okay, could we amend that motion?
Move that we go in executive session to
Well,
discuss.
I think I heard Commissioner Langstaff trying to speak.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the aviation thing, just 2 seconds. Can I just respond to that?
Sure, yes, sir.
I mean, I have my opinion about, I think it's a good point to bring up because I read the Valdosta article as well, and I think the public probably needs a presentation from Mr. Hamilton about it. It is something that we've been working on over the years. We've hired consultants to look at it, and for a variety of reasons, it just has not worked here to have a second carrier. But I am intrigued by the fact that Valdosta appears to be getting one. So maybe we could just put that on the future agendas for Mr. Hamilton to come back and just kind of tell us where we are with that.
Ms. Subadan, could Mr. Hamilton's
got.
presentation include a history of planing and enplanements and deplanements? Or, you know, I think that would be beneficial. Because
and maybe the history of our efforts to add another airline, I guess.
With that, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Howard?
Move that we go into executive session to discuss personnel issues.
And pending litigation?
And pending litigation.
And real estate?
And real estate.
I
and
second.
impeachment.
I second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Howard?
Yes.
Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Warmington?
No discussion.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No discussion.
Commissioner Young?
No discussion.
Could we call the roll, Mr. Hicks?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. Having concluded, this meeting is now formally adjourned. Is that satisfactory?